Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Dickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation today will be delivered by Reverend Deke Silverman. The following invocation, please remain standing for our pledges. Welcome, sir. Come on down.
Thank you, sir, so much. What an honor it is to be here. Father God, in Jesus' name, I thank you first of all for these precious leaders that desire prayer and your influence over every decision, especially considering the way the world is turning. I thank you because they are blessing this county, Tarrant County, in Jesus' name. And Lord, I lift up the prayer that Paul said for the Ephesians in the 1st chapter. I pray for Judge Whitley and every commissioner here and leader, for the spirit of wisdom and revelation in the knowledge of you, Lord. The eyes of their understanding, as Scripture says, being flooded with light, that they would know the hope of your calling, that they would know the exact and correct decisions in every situation, in every way. Once again, Lord, I thank you for every leader and every person here. And I thank you, Lord, that we're among people that still desire prayer and your influence and your direction in every decision made. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you, sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Reverend, for being with us today.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. We have a few announcements for the agenda today. For item 10A8 under the Administrators section regarding the discussion of the county's financial analyst, we would like to hold that item until next week. And as in the past, we will move the one briefing item we have on current and emerging health issues to the top of the agenda just before the Administrators section. That's all I have for you.
Thank you. Court members, do you have any announcements at this time?
Yes.
I was going to surprise you, taking different orders. See?
I was like, wait, what's going on here? Of course, today is Election Day. So,
Happy Election Day.
Yes, you can go to any location, any vote center location in the county. I understand that for the early vote numbers, just under 9% of registered voters in Tarrant County had participated in the primary election. So hopefully folks are at the polls or will get to the polls before 7 p.m. today. Then I also wanted to just announce a women's health event that I am hosting on Wednesday, March 23rd at 11 a.m. And we have a very great panel that will be joining us to talk about some of the critical issues facing women in our county. So if you are a woman, or if you care about women, if you're making decisions about women and their health, then you need to tune in. So we will be sharing more information on that, and that's all I have.
Anyone else have any announcements at this time?
Junior Livestock Show is coming up, and I haven't heard from a lot of y'all.
Uh-oh.
That means it's check writing time.
You got
Check
mine.
right.
Mailed mine yesterday.
I'll write mine today.
Yeah, we both will. Again, Commissioner Johnson has had a passion for the Junior Livestock Show for at least as long as I've been around here, and I think even before that. And I know they appreciate that, and we appreciate that also, and his dedication to the youth on that, making sure that they all get compensated, or they get something for all of the hard work that they put into preparing for that as we go through the year. Okay, court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of February the 8th.
Move approval. I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes
Yes.
with his yes and Commissioner Fickus. Motion passes unanimously. I think I just saw our elections administrator go through, and so Hyder, if you're here, there you go. He's got a few things to do today, and so instead of making him wait, I wanted to give him an opportunity to come up and to speak first. I know you have an item on the purchasing agenda, so it looks like we're going to do that first. You tell us. Go ahead, Melissa.
The second item on our agenda is an award recommendation for RFP number 2022-003 for Elections Inventory Management System for Elections Administration awarding to Wireless Data Systems in the amount of $437,320. If approved, we're also seeking contract approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Hyder, you could have mailed that one in.
Okay, Hyder,
Thank you, Melissa. Sorry
this
for
is
turning
an
this
active day for you. I appreciate you taking time to come out. Give us an update of where we are and kind of what's going on right now.
Okay, 10 a.m. Turnout's looking good. Sites are open. We did have some sites where we had no show from some poll workers. We're working on covering those. I think by the time I get back to the office, we're going to have 100% open on all locations for all parties. We've had to pull some tricks to get that done, but you know,
Okay, now
it's all open.
I don't want you to
yeah.
leave here having said the
Pull
word
that trick,
tricks.
yeah. So why don't we
let's
do
go
it? Okay,
ahead,
yes.
Let's go
Okay.
ahead and outline and maybe detail a little differently
Right.
that issue.
That's what happens when you speak first and think later. Okay, so,
I'm
and
very
every site we
familiar
need to
with
have, yes, and every site we need to have because we're vote centers, we need to have the Republican Party and the Democrat Party set up, right? A judge from each party, and they each have their own set of equipment and everything, and they open independently. It's literally two elections happening in the same place, which for posterity we'll talk about. This could be avoided with a joint primary, but that's not the conversation today. So in some of those places, we have vacancies from the judge and crews from either party. We had, last night when we went to bed, 10 on the Democrat side and 2 on the Republican side. So this morning, we still had about 10 and 2, or 9 and 2, okay, and that's where the delays have happened in opening. Now, we've talked to the judges in each of those locations. What the law says is, if you're vote centers, you cannot have voters from one of the two parties not served at their location. So one of the tricks we
So
pulled.
because we're a vote center, that means that both parties have to be served because we've told people they can go to any location in the county to vote.
Correct, and that's state law. State
Okay.
law says if you go vote centers, you have to open for every voter. In the case of a primary, for every voter of every party. You can't say only party A is here, party B is not. So, again, just to make sure where the expression came from, one of the tricks we pulled, one of the things we did was we asked the judge of the party that is there, would you mind issuing the ballots for the voters of the other party? Literally unpack their equipment, set it up, and when a voter from the other party comes in, says, okay, let's go to that station, here's your ballot and go. Because this is obviously happening where each party has less presence. So you'll say in this location, we traditionally have 1,200 votes for Party A and only 5 or 10 for Party B. And Party B is the one that's not there today. And so Party A, in most cases, is saying that's okay. We'll set up their equipment. We'll give them their ballot. Everybody has to vote. We do have a few locations where there's been a, nope, we don't want to do it. We should get paid double, which we can't. Legally, we can't pay an employee double their salary just because we want to. So in those cases, that's what I was solving before I came here. We've pulled some staff out of our call center and our temporary working runners and all of them said, just go sit there, be the judge for today, but we need to keep that site open. That's the second trick we pull out of our sleeve. Because we have by law the authority to do emergency appointments. And at that point, yes, we don't ask if you're a Republican or Democrat, we fill a vacancy. So we may look back at the end of the day and say, well, we had a Democrat running a Republican site or vice versa. Well, yeah, we did, but we did it under the emergency appointment procedure because we have to cover that vacancy or we'll have to shut down the site.
And
there's-
having to shut down the site is something that the Secretary of State has said we have to do.
Yes, sir. It's state law. State law says very clearly, if you're vote centers, every voter has to be served in every location. There's no ambiguity there. And they confirmed that in a phone call I talked to them. They confirmed it again. We've known that since we joined the program.
Since we did vote centers.
But other than that, we're good. Sites are open, turnout's healthy, people are voting, weather's great. So I don't foresee any other major issues. I think we're over the rough start of the day.
Okay, so you think we've got all the locations open now, or we'll have them open fairly soon, if not?
Yeah, like I said, as I was heading, that's why I was a bit late. Last people going out to cover those vacancies were on their way already, and text to support them to get this up quick and running.
Okay, any questions?
I do have a question about vote by mail. What are the updated numbers that you have right now?
Sorry, I don't have them fresh in my head. I know that most of the mail that has been received has been processed by both ballot boards, the Republican ballot board, Democratic ballot board. I think it was about 9,000 ballots are in, and I think the distribution is like 60% Democrat, 40% Republican, if I recall well. But they're good. They're also on track. They've been curing ballots. People have been showing up at the office to turn in those forms with correcting the defects on the carriers, and at this point, just the carriers. Requests can't be corrected anymore. So I think we're in good shape also there, too. I don't expect any delays tonight in reporting those numbers.
Very good. Thank you.
So basically what happened is in case someone sent a mail-in ballot in and it didn't have the new required information, you notified them and indicated that they had, that there was a problem and that they needed to come in and cure that problem, and if they didn't come in and cure that problem, then their ballot would not be able to be counted.
Correct, with the clarification that it's the ballot board. Each one of the ballot boards
Right,
is the one that
I
calls them
see.
out,
Yeah,
right? So we
yeah.
receive the ballot, we turn it over to the ballot board. They review the signature, they verify the signature and the numbers on the envelope. And then if there's any defect in that, it wasn't signed, the signature doesn't match, the numbers don't match, then they're reaching out to each voter, whether by phone, by email, or by sending them a letter saying, here's the problem we have. In all those cases, the only solution is for the voter to take that correction form, fill it out, and bring it into our office and deliver it in person. So that's the process we have right now, receiving those and handing them over to the board so they can overcome the challenge on the ballot and eventually include it in the count.
Okay.
And so people are able to bring in the corrected form up until what time tonight?
7 p.m. when
Till 7.
polls
Very good.
close.
Okay.
So under the laws that the state of Texas has passed regulating how elections should be held, we are operating at an optimal level this morning, and it is a non-event.
As optimal as the learning curve allows, I would say. It's a new process, and for voters and for
It is
our
a
staff, it
process.
has been a process to just make sure we're on top of it. And it's the little things, right? Like some of our systems don't have reports that would have made some of this easier, like creating a list of challenge things. So the ballot board is having to make those lists by hand and track things by hand. So that's what I mean by within the learning curve. We'll get better at it, but yeah, we're good.
There are no concerns.
No major ones. There's always, like I said, no shows, a scanner that doesn't turn on, those usual operational problems.
Thank you, Heidi.
Yeah. Thank
Any
you
other-
and your team. Oh, just thank you and your team.
Go tell them.
Yeah.
Yeah, please do. We know y'all worked hard leading up to today, and then we'll have all day today and tonight. So again, thank all your folks for their hard work.
Well, and if I may just add one more thing. Tonight, I know that there's a lot of attention on tonight. At 7 p.m., early voting and absentee will be released. That's already read into the server. That's good to go. How long it takes to get final numbers will depend on how long it takes to close polling places and for poll workers to turn in their materials and all of that. So remember, anyone that's in line at 7 has a right to vote. And if there's a 2-hour line, that polling place is going to close at 9. So we cannot predict when we'll have 100% done. So I like to remind people, to understand it's a impossible to predict process. And, we'll be posting updates and telling people, but it depends on when people turn in their materials.
And technically, there are a number of days after today that you are required to accept mail-in ballots?
Correct. For voters that live within the United States, that deadline is tomorrow. When we pick up the mail tomorrow, whatever is in is timely delivered, and the ballot board will process it and add it to the count the following days. For voters overseas, it's 6 days. It's up until Monday next week. So those ballots, so if you have someone serving in Australia and they mail it in, that ballot's good up until Monday if it comes in.
But those have to be mailed. Someone couldn't show up tomorrow with a mail ballot and present it in person.
That's correct. It's
It has
only
to be
picked up
mailed.
in the mail, in the post office, and it has to be postmarked no later than today.
Today. Okay. Any other questions for Hyder? Hyder, again, thank you, thank your staff, and good luck today.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay.
Okay, we have some proclamations and resolutions today. The first resolution is for National Social Work Month, and I believe we have, is it Darlene Walker who is watching us, I believe, online? No, you're here. Darrell Walker. Come on down. No, it's Angela. Is it Angela Gaither that's watching us online? Yes. Maybe? We'll never know. Cassidy Brady, I believe, is also here. Come on down. And Judge Brooke Allen, come on down. And I'll read this into the record. Whereas the social work profession for decades has been dedicated to improving human well-being and enhancing the basic needs of all people, especially the most vulnerable among us, no matter their circumstance, and empowering them to live to their fullest potential. And whereas social workers are licensed professionals possessing the necessary expertise to assist our nation in some of its most demanding concerns, stepping in when direct care staff and first responders were stretched beyond capacity, and remaining on the front lines not only during the COVID-19 pandemic, but now even as citizens continue to grapple with issues of racism, economic inequality, and other crises. And whereas social workers are the largest group of mental health care providers in the United States and work daily to help people overcome trauma, substance use disorders, and mental illnesses, and have helped this nation live up to its values by successfully advocating for equal rights, improved health care and mental health care, including indigent people, people of color, LGBTQA, and religious groups and others. And whereas there are over 16,000 social workers throughout Texas, with approximately 2,500 employed in Tarrant County, 40 of whom hold positions in various Tarrant County departments, some offering field instruction to 25 interns who provide approximately 10,000 hours yearly to assist Tarrant County citizens. And whereas social workers have continued to push for changes that have made our community a better place to live, including programs that help Tarrant County citizens by ameliorating poverty, hunger, and homelessness. Now, therefore, in recognition of the numerous contributions made by social workers, we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim March 2022 as Social Work Month and call upon all citizens to join the Commissioners Court in celebration and support of the social work profession, in witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and cause the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this first day of March 2022, and I'll move its approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. I think it was about 6. Three flash. No. We ain't done no more. And y'all make any comments that you'd like to make at this point in time?
Thank you, Your Honor, and to our commissioner members. If there are any other social workers that are present with us, would you please stand? Your Honor, beside me, of course, I have Judge Brooke Allen, who is the judge for our probate court number 2, where I serve as a social worker along with 2 other people. And to my right is Cassidy Brady, who is employed with probate court number 1. And the statistics that you mentioned earlier happen to come from one of our interns. You mentioned that in the proclamation that we have about 10,000 hours that are being done each year to help protect the citizens and the wards of our court. And so that person is Ms. Tanisha Meeks, who is also present with us. And we just want to say thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Judge. I've got 2 resolutions this morning. One is for ratification only. That's a memorial resolution honoring the life of Willie Chris, longtime football coach at O.D. Wyatt High School, who had a tremendous impact on generations of young men who matriculated through O.D. Wyatt. The second is a proclamation regarding National Association of Women in Construction, Women in Construction Week 2022. I would ask that you please read that into the record.
Whereas the National Association of Women in Construction was founded in 1953 by 16 women working in the construction industry and has a diverse membership of more than 150 chapters, and whereas the National Association of Women in Construction Fort Worth Chapter number 1 has distinguished itself for 67 years as the voice of women in construction in Tarrant County, and whereas the Fort Worth Chapter has served Tarrant County through community development and educational programs and has continued to amplify the advancement of women in the construction industry, and whereas the construction community represented by Fort Worth Chapter has been a driving force in fostering community development through renovation and beautification projects, promotion of skilled trade careers, and a positive vision for the future. And whereas the National Association of Women in Construction Fort Worth Chapter number 1 has sought to achieve successful results for Tarrant County and surrounding areas in a cooperative spirit with other organizations, now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize the National Association of Women in Construction Fort Worth Chapter number 1 and its many volunteers for its dedicated service on behalf of women in construction, and proclaim March 6th through 12th, 2022 as Women in Construction Week in Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this first day of March 2022.
Thank you, Your Honor. I move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Present to accept this proclamation are Shelley Murphy, Board Secretary of the National Association of Women in Construction, Fort Worth, Chapter Number 1, and Megan Shaw, Board Vice President, and Adama Ba, student member of the Fort Worth Chapter Number 1. Would you please join me at the podium?
On behalf of the National Association of Women in Construction, we would just like to say thank you very much for recognizing our Women in Construction Week next week. Thank you.
Thank you all again. Congratulations. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks, I was moving around. Did we actually vote on the memorial for? We did not.
Ah,
So I need a
move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Allen?
Yes, I have a memorial resolution honoring the life of Michael Mike Jarrett. He was a longtime Tarrant County community leader and passed in a tragic accident. And I had the honor of presenting this resolution last night to his family at the Arlington ISD Education Foundation dinner. So with that, I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Is a Mr. Joseph Jackson here? Come on down. I think you have an award to present. Or Randy's gonna.
Make a few comments.
Okay, please.
Judge, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. Today we're recognizing Joseph Jackson, who received the County Engineer of the Year Award from the Texas Association of County Engineers and Road Administrators. This organization, Tessera, was chartered in 1987 to provide technical and professional interchange across the state of Texas. This award is given to county engineers who demonstrate excellence in the field of public works management, promoting public safety, and preserving and enhancing road infrastructure. And I'll keep my comments short, but I will say that certainly I attest to the notion that Mr. Jackson, who is your county engineer, is well esteemed across the state of Texas and certainly has raised the bar. And if it's okay, Your Honor, I would like to ask that Mr. Joe Trammell come down, who is a member of the Tessera Board, to make a few comments.
You bet.
Good morning. How are y'all doing today?
Great, Joe.
It's actually an honor for me to be here today. I know Joseph personally, and in his previous life before he came to Tarrant County, and then now that he's here. Randy went over a lot of the stuff. I just want to share with you a little bit. Tessera basically two functions. One, we provide education to anyone, but mostly those involved in construction and engineering related activities across the state. And two, we provide over $10,000 in scholarships every year to individuals across the state who are going into civil engineering and or public works. Those are administered by various universities. I won't go into too much detail on that. But part of that fell apart a couple of years ago, and then Joseph Jackson stepped into a mud hole. And this is what we're recognizing him for to Sarah. He stepped up to the plate. Typically, in Sarah, the vice president is the guy who has all the work. He sets up the conference, and the president sits back and runs the agenda. It's usually a well-oiled machine, no problem. When Joseph stepped up there, COVID hit, and everything fell apart. I'm going to go through a few things with him, why we nominated him for this award. And before I do that, Randy mentioned that he's well known across the state with other county engineers and/or states or counties, and he is. Chad Davis with Wiest County is the one who made the recommendation for him to receive this award and provided us some of the information as well. So first, he started off in Wiest County during his tenure at Sarah as the president, and he worked there till April of last year. Correct me if I'm wrong. And Ellis, what did I say? Wiest County. He started off in Ellis County and worked there till April of last year, and then we stole him from there. And he's been here ever since.
Good steal.
So with a new job, that requires some finesse. You have to get used to people, the new procedures, and you have to figure out what you're doing and then provide results. And he certainly did that, as well as with Sarah. I mentioned our scholarships that we provide in the education. That's done through our annual conference we have each year. And the hotel actually closed their doors where we usually have that. After 26 years of being in San Antonio, that made us take a hard look at different things around there. And Joseph helped us find a new location for that. The executive secretary, it's our only paid position on the association, she retired. Joseph found another one temporarily. She left. She did not like that. Within 3 weeks, it was over. So in addition to those two things, he had to find us a new hotel, a new location, which he did that, and all that goes with that, which means you coordinate with the hotel with a new contract, a new layout of the conference, and vendors and everything that goes with that. Typically, it's a 9-month process we go through. He did it basically alone in 4 months. Just when he got everything set up, ready to advertise our conference so that we can provide these services, the website goes down. Joseph, being the young guy that he is, figured out the website, got it back up and going, and we were able to have our conference and provide those services. So he is, without question, the most seasoned president we've had now. So in closing...
Did he do all this when he was still in Ellis County?
Most of it here. He was here from April till December, or till now of last year. So he's done a fantastic job.
We've had him not quite a year.
Not even a year in. Bless his heart. Anyway, he did all this. I want to say this in closing. He did all this with the support of his wife, Tiana, who is actually here today.
Tiana, stand up.
And she too is an engineer, and she works for the city of Burleson, and she's here supporting him yet again. They and their 2 children, Sam and Riley, who are not here, all experienced COVID during this process, as he and his wife did along the way. And one unique item, my final comment in closing, is that Joseph, you may not know this about him, but he's a young guy, 30, is that right? 30 years old?
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to ask that.
Well, here's the funny thing.
Or at least that's what HR always tells me when
Go
I...
millennials.
Here's the funny thing. We all grew up watching Hee Haw back in the 70s, and the fiddles that are played on there. Mr. Joseph can play the fiddle, and I'm sure with your nice asking, he might be willing to do that someday. So, Joseph, thank you for your service to Sarah during this period. It's amazing to watch you go through that. We helped you, but you took the lead, and just thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Judge, commissioners, thank you for letting us have this presentation this morning. I know we've taken a lot of time. Joe made it sound a lot worse than I think it was, but I appreciate the kind words. And
No, based upon what he just said, if you did half that stuff,
Yeah.
which I know you did, that was a major undertaking. And the state, once again, people from Tarrant County shine.
Yeah.
And we've had some great leaders to Sarah, I know, in the past. And you've represented Tarrant County very, very well, and we appreciate your willingness to do that, and we appreciate your willingness to, because I'm sure that a lot of that time when he was doing all of this, you were at home keeping the 2 boys.
but But thank you again. It was an honor to receive that award from a 30-plus year organization that provides scholarships, continuing education for engineers, for county staff. And thank you, Randy and Joe, this morning for presenting that. The director of our department and my predecessor as county engineer, it's a major honor. And Judge Whitley, I've heard you say many times in 11 months, Tarrant County is the best place to work. So thank you very much.
Definitely.
Well, thank you,
Congratulations.
Joseph, for catching the Tarrant County spirit. We expect our managers to lead, and you figured that out pretty quickly, and we are grateful that you joined our team.
Thank you.
Yes, and go millennials.
And of course, Joe Trammell is the Precinct 1 Operations Director.
Yeah, I've heard
Thank you,
rumors to
Joe.
that effect. Can we get him a camera that takes a good picture even when it doesn't flash?
It's the lighting in here. Oh, we got bulbs out.
Okay. Now to my favorite time of the month. This is employee recognition. You just heard an example of why I think Tarrant County is the best county not only in the state but in the country. And it's because we have people like Joseph among all of you. And folks who always want to go that second mile. And it's not just a job, it's a passion. And I get an opportunity to talk with folks once again this month. But I know that in the people who I'm going to recognize as the 5 and the 10 and the 15 and the 20, there are many of y'all in those groups that are also already showing that leadership and that dedication and that passion to serve others and not just to do your job from 8 to 5 and go home. I can't thank you enough. I wish there's more that we could do, but we certainly appreciate the way you represent Tarrant County in everything that you do, not just in the work, but in your volunteer efforts. We help with United Way, we help with Meals on Wheels, we help with the food bank, we help in so many different ways. And it's not because you have to, it's because you want to. And that, in my mind, is what makes us stand out and stand apart from many of the other counties, not only in the state, but also in the country. The drill for you 5-year folks that are new is you listen to me try to pronounce your name. And that's going to be especially important for some of you 5-year folks.
The first one.
The very first one out of the box. But when I call your name, stand up and remain standing until I finish your particular group. And then at that point in time, we'll clap for you and you can sit back down and we'll start with the next group. Remember, sounds like or alphabetically, you know you're next. Here we go. 5-year, Estelle Colazo Gomez. Yeah, how did I do? She's laughing, so that tells you. Public Health, Denzel Douglas, the Sheriff's Office. Haley Drew, the Sheriff's Office. Lauren DeBoe, Sheriff's Office. Ann Durfee, Criminal District Attorney's Office. Justin Eman, Sheriff's Office. Elizabeth, this just isn't going to stop. Gendre, Criminal District, okay. She needs a raise. Colin Gray, the Sheriff's Office. Wee Godry, or Gidry, District Clerk. Marcus Harper, Public Health. Colby Hawkins, Sheriff's Office. Lauren Herrera, Tax Office. Yeah, that's right. That's what I meant. Keza Hughes, District Clerk. William Knight, Domestic Relations Office. Alon Kujak, Sheriff's Office. Marcus Lopez, Facilities Management. Allison McCarthy, County Clerk. Amanda McKernan, Public Health. Anita Nunley, Sheriff's Office. Ngozi, did you just line these people up? Konako. Did anybody stand up?
No.
No.
Okay, I'm hopeful he's,
Or she.
or she. Michael Portello, Sheriff's Office. Benjamin Rademacher, Sheriff's Office. Jessica Ramirez, County Clerk. Rita Richardson, Sheriff's Office. And Cruz Zalazar, Information Technology. These are our 5-year folks. Next for our 10-year, y'all can sit down. These 5 years, they're the rookies, you gotta work with them. 10-year employees. Terrence Bogernet Harris, Elections. Yeah, I should have known that person wouldn't have been here. Robert Bird, Juvenile Services. Stefania Felipe, Tax Office. Karina Hernandez, District Attorney's Office. Duncan Hughes, Tax Office. See, he's laughing already. Ofawami, okay, is this person here? Juvenile Services. So they're not here. I was gonna have them go ahead and pronounce it, see if they could do it. Jackie Peace, Juvenile Services. Since you're in the same department, can you pronounce that person's name?
It's Femi Ibulkuni.
Yeah, well, we'd have been here all day if I'd have been trying to get that.
Oh, my gosh.
Megan South, I think I got that one right. County Administrator's Office. Tori Torsel, Sheriff's Office. Those are our 10-year employees. Let's give them a big hand. Now for our 15-year employees. Amelia Barnes, Information Technology. Elizabeth Beach, Judge Elizabeth Beach. Shamir Carr, County Auditor's Office. Juana Garnett, Tax Office. Adam Hanson, Constable Precinct 3. Katrina Jennings, Sheriff's Office. Pamela Lewis Ambrose, Sheriff's Office. Dorito Martinez Jr., Sheriff's Office. Kelly Rodriguez, Precinct 2. There's Kelly. And Gregory Tasson, Sheriff's Office. Let's give them a round of applause. Now for our 20-year employees. Peggy Ballou, County Criminal Court number 10. Marilyn Thomas, Sheriff's Office. And Crystal Zavala Jill, JP Precinct 5. Yeah, okay, so, wait a minute. It's like, Gerald. Well, I should have thought that. Congratulations and thank you for being here. And 25 forward, I call and get an opportunity to talk with them, and this is really, it's a blessing because I really get to hear stories, and I get to hear passion. I get to hear purpose, and it means an awful lot. And at certain times, I will guarantee you that it uplifts myself, my spirit, to have an opportunity to hear what some of y'all do and how you love and how you perform your passion. So the first is Amanda Obalon with Precinct 1, 25 years. Okay, folks. You can do it before. Great job. Great job. Amanda started with the sheriff's office as a confinement officer. And then Sheriff Williams moved her in the administration area. And then from there, she went to Commissioner Marty Van Ravensway's office, and then to Commissioner Brooks's office. When I asked her about memorable moments, she said, well, when she was with the jail was when we had the Y2K. And I'm just going to tell you, for those of y'all who weren't here, we all just knew that everything was going to go to hell in a handbasket at basically, 12 or 1 o'clock, midnight, 11:59. It didn't, but everybody was here, and everybody was making sure that everything continued to run smoothly. And the work up until that point and that evening, we all made sure that everything continued to work. Her second memorable moment was, guess what? The pandemic. And I think we could all relate to the fact that the last couple of years, in fact, it will be exactly 2 years in 12 days that we signed the first order. She said she is grateful for the tenure that she's had. She's grateful for the opportunities that Tarrant County has given her. As she said, basically, we've got a lot of different positions in a lot of different areas, and the county is good about letting people find their niche and then really be able to work in that niche. She said it truly is a family atmosphere. I hear this over and over again. It's easy to be in a family when everything is happy. Amanda has lost a son and a husband while she's been with the county. And she said at those times, she doesn't know what she'd have done if it hadn't been for the county family coming around her and really helping her out. Amanda, do you have anybody with you today that you'd like to be sure and introduce?
I would like to acknowledge Commissioner Brooks, who is my boss and one of the strongest supporters that I have, especially in those times that you mentioned, our Precinct 1 staff, and then also my spiritual mother, who is Eleanor Miller, who has literally cradled me in the most difficult times and the most wonderful times, and she made time today to be here with me. And my daughter is watching online, so Phoebe, I love you so much.
Yes. Hey, Phoebe.
Amanda, thank you for your 25 years of service, even having to serve with Commissioner Brooks. I know you're very special, and he thinks an awful lot of you. Next, and I don't think he's here today, but I want to call because he wasn't real sure, is Brett Crisp here. He is. I'm glad we talked. Started off in the sheriff's office at Green Bay in the booking area. Got promoted in 2006 and is in dispatch and has been there for several years now. When I asked him about memorable moments, he said, well, I met my wife as a result of working in the county. I believe she was a paramedic for JPS and working at the Green Bay jail when y'all met. Is she here with you today? She wasn't able to make it. When I asked him what he liked most, he said, he said, I really have a passion for dispatch. And it's something that he has loved and has loved about working for Tarrant County. Brett, we really want to thank you for your 25 years, and I'm glad you were able to make it today. Thank you. I believe that next on my list is George Crump, but I believe he called yesterday and, oh, he's here.
Yay.
Good. Started out in precinct number 1 with Dion, and he was an equipment operator number 2, Dion Baxby. Now he is an operator number 5. He said, I love the job and I love the people that I have had a chance to work with. When I asked him what he likes most, what he basically said was his ability to work with the equipment. He loves the opportunity to do that. He said, I like the benefits. He said, I love the schedule. He said, the bosses that he's had a chance to work for over the years, Commissioner Brooks, as the commissioner, he said, you know, I just really have enjoyed working for Precinct 1. George, we appreciate very much the 25 years of service you've given to Tarrant County. Next is Krista Gay with CSCD. There's Krista. She started out there. She started out as part-time in 1996 and then went full-time in 97. Started in the intake unit, then worked for a while out at Lake Worth, and now she was promoted, and she's now the supervision clerk for the or an aide for the supervision officer, and is back downtown. Again, memorable moments is working for the county. She said it's so much like a second family. She said, I love the different people that I've had a chance to meet and work for. She said, you know, what I love is making differences in people's lives. And that's something that has stuck with her. She says, I feel a real pride in being able to have worked for the county. She said, I never really thought I'd be here that long, but I hear that time and again. Krista, thank you very much for your 25 years of service with Tarrant County. Okay, as I often do, I forget. Every once in a while, Commissioner Brooks or one of the commissioners will remind me, did you bring anybody with you you'd like to introduce? No. And I'll go back to George and Brett and ask if either one of y'all brought anybody you would like to introduce. Okay, we're gonna move on along. Next is Gina Mashai, the tax office. There she is. Started in the tax office doing registration, and I guess at that time you were doing the clerk, you were actually in the back office doing a lot of that work, and then moved to a title clerk and moved up front and is now a Title II clerk. When I asked her what she liked most, she said that I've had an opportunity to meet a lot of people and hear a lot of interesting stories. She said, I enjoy the benefits that we receive here. She said that a lot of things have changed. She's had an opportunity to work for a number of different tax assessor collectors. She said, I've loved them all, but she said Ron Wright was really somebody who had inspired me, was a mentor, and she just felt like it was a great honor. And she says, I really miss the fact that, you know, he's passed away and is not continuing to serve the folks of Tarrant County like he had. She said, I love helping people, and I certainly love working and helping new employees as they've come along. Gina, thank you very much for your 25 years of service. Next is Robert Miller, who is a resource manager, database administration. There he is. Started out actually in the tax office in the IT area, and that's back when each department had their own IT, and then we went ahead and brought all that under one umbrella, and so he's now working down at the IT area. He said, for as far as memorable moments, he said, I've had gotten to work on a lot of different IT projects, but he said, the thing that I remember most is that on the first day he was here in orientation, Judge Vandergrift came in and spoke to the whole group. And he said, I knew him, I just had such respect for him, and for him to do that was really something, and he really remembers that. He said, I've worked on a lot of different projects. What he likes most is that he has worked with some great people and had an opportunity to see a lot of things. He's developed some great friendships. He worked for private companies before he came to the county. And he said, when you work with the county, you have many different bosses. And so you work, and it's a different environment. And he said, it's one that I've enjoyed very much. Robert, thank you very much for your 25 years of service. Okay, now I thought there was two people who weren't going to be here, and this is the third one. So is Delbert Sanders here? No. Okay, well that's one of them. I got one of the three. Delbert is again with Precinct 1. He's worked 25 years. He's a mechanic. If you see Delbert, thank him for his 25 years of service. Next, we're going to move into the 30 years. And the first one is Patty Sosa, the auditor in the grants area. There she is. Started in the auditor's office and has been in the grants area ever since. Now, she said it was the perfect job. She loves people. She has the people that she's had a chance to work with. I guess at one point in time you broke both your ankles. And that people actually took her to movies. So again, family atmosphere. All the different, she said, I get to do a lot of different things for the courts and for grants. And then at one point in time, we used to have a Christmas, kind of a Christmas show. That was old. I mean, this was something that we talked about a long time ago. Now, when I asked her about some of the other things, she said, well, she said that she would never thought she'd really be here that long. She says COVID has been exhausting and interesting at the same time. And she said the absolute best day ever in her life in grants was when she got to load up a car with a bunch of equipment. Where's Randy Winraw?
He's outside.
He's outside. But they, along with Janine Sosa, where's Janine? No, come on, stand up. Stand up. Now, she said, this was a long time ago. We were young, and we got to go meet all those firemen. And Randy took care of us, and we went out there and we delivered supply, make sure the supplies were all being used properly. And she said, I'm throwing Janine under the bus with me. So, again, Patricia, Patty, thank you so much for working for the county. Now, next is Laura Wiest with the Auditor's Office, again, for 30 years. And I say who got with you, and I might even introduce him as we get further into the deal. When she started with the Auditor's Office, they were approving paper requisitions and child support. I guess at that point in time, you started out as encumbrance auditor, and then accounts payable, and she's now financial services manager. Memorable moments was the George Lott shooting here in the old courthouse, and then Judge Vandergrift's last day with everybody lining up and cheering him on his last day here, and we remember that, and what a fine gentleman. What she liked most was the challenge of always something new. She said, I've had some great mentors. She met her husband here, John, stand up John, 15 years ago. John worked here for the county, And we appreciate John for being here today. Now you can sit down. This is her time. You know, as we talked on Sunday, she said, I've now crossed the point to where I have worked for the county for more than half my life. And she said it's been great. She very much, I asked her what else had changed over the last 5 years, and for anybody outside of the accounting profession, this doesn't mean a thing, but the accounting profession in this area, in the governmental area, is governed a lot by an organization called GASB. And they have been very active over the last 5 years and even before that, and have created a tremendous amount of additional and new work for the auditor's office. And as a CPA, I can relate, and we can have drinks over what they've done. She enjoys very much traveling. I knew that working in the yard and then going to UTA basketball games, both the men and the women. And her and John are avid fans. I think she has now the distinction, I know she has the distinction of there only being one other person in the auditor's office who has been there longer than her. And Patty is just a week or two behind, 2 weeks behind Laura. So we've got some folks who have really committed their lives, or over half their lives, to Tarrant County. Laura, was your dad able to make it? Mr. Wiest, please stand up. I know you're proud of your daughter, and I just want to tell you she has been a tremendous worker for this county, and you have everything to be proud of in what she's done and the way she has conducted herself.
Yep.
Thank you for being here. Laura, thank you for your 30 years. Terry Williams, 30 years with the county. He's an IT manager in the sheriff's office. Started with the sheriff, has always been in IT, supporting the department for the entire time. Memorable moments, early in it, maybe the 2000, again, I guess it was in 2000 there was a problem with visitation. And you know, we can work on everything trying to figure out, and what they finally decided was, it'll be from 9 to 9. You know, just sometimes common sense can beat technology. He said, I've absolutely loved the people I've had a chance to come in contact with. He said, I've worked for 4 different sheriffs. For the first few years, I don't think he really planned on being here for 30 years. But after you have a chance to be here for a while, then you have a tendency to look some more at some of those benefits, especially the retirement benefits and some of those other things, and then we got you. And then once we got you, we got you. And we're certainly glad that we got Terry. He says he's working on the new jail system, which is working very well right now for the jail. I understand this. We're implementing the courts part of this now, and we still have some interface and some bridges to build. But the whole goal is that we're going to be off the old mainframe, which I've been hearing for 26 years, or 25 and a half, or 25 and 2, I guess, right, as of today. But we hope that by May, we're going to be off the old mainframe, and hopefully everything will be working well at this time. Terry, thank you for your service to this county for 30 years. Next is Charles Cox with Precinct 4, and I don't think Charles was going to be able to make it today. Supervisor out there, when you see Charles, Chuck is what he goes by, please congratulate him and thank him for his 35 years of service. Nancy Bentley, 40 years of service. Nancy, where are you? Oh, come on, Nancy. Well, she must have got tied up. Hopefully not really tied up. She started out in the district clerk's office. She worked for the 17th District Court until 2020, and then moved over and worked with the 348th. She has 4 grandchildren right now, but she has another one on the way. I think last year, Priscilla Porter celebrated her 45 years, and Priscilla had really been a mentor to her. And I believe there's another one, Tracy Kemp, I believe celebrated, I don't know if she celebrated 40 last year or if she's celebrating 40 this year. But I think that these are 3 of the most tenured employees that we have in the county. And I meant to get with HR to find out if that was the case. Helen, you're shaking do you have any clue as to, we need to keep better track, because we've got a few that swear they're gonna get to 50. And Nancy's one of them. So when you see Nancy, please thank her for her 40 years of service to this county. That's it for today. That's 765 years of service. For all of y'all, I cannot even begin to tell you again how much we appreciate you. There are refreshments back in 504C. Thank y'all, thank y'all, thank y'all.
Can I help you? From who? What department? Who were you with?
I would move that we receive and file employee recognition.
Second.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Court members, you have before you the consent agenda.
Move for approval of the consent agenda.
Second?
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Take it away.
All right, Your Honor, I'm going to have Mr. Tanasia come forward and present the public health briefing.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the court.
Hi, Benny.
Back with my update on COVID, and I come bearing mostly good news. So as you can see from the charts here, the trend is significantly down. We're quite the lows here. Yesterday, the numbers lined up well where we lowered our spread level from high to substantial. And I'll explain that on the next slide a little bit because there's more changes coming our way. But to just kind of cover where we are, the chart on the top hand left corner is showing about 5 and some change on percent positivity rate. And then on the case rate, which is kind of the chart on the middle right, we're at about 72 per 100,000. So things are looking great. The only bad news hidden all here in the charts is on the death data, but as you all know, that's a lagging indicator that has peaked. So if there's a silver lining, today's the first day we're declaring single-digit deaths again. It's at 9, I think, this morning. For the last several weeks, every day it was double-digit deaths. So things are starting to slow down very, very significantly. You can see on that little area map, everything's almost all green, so that's great news. So CDC on Friday came up with some new guidance, and I want to explain that a little bit. Previously, we were following this 4-tiered spread level: high, substantial, moderate, and low. And the focus was on 2 indicators: positivity rate and case rate. But this was created back in 2020 when the focus was to make sure that the virus spread in the community slowed down and we get to low levels. We've come a long way since then. There's a lot of tools. There's vaccinations, there's oral antivirals, IV antivirals, antibody solutions. A lot of those things kind of came along. So CDC has been reviewing all of this data, and 1, to make it simpler, and 2, to keep up with what the current goal is. The current goal is to not have severe illness in the community and not have hospital systems that are so strained that they can't take care of other illnesses and other needs in the community. So that's kind of changed the way they look at metrics. So now they're focused more on case rate and also hospitalizations and available staffed beds and so forth. So based on that, they've come up with 3 levels: high, moderate, and low. And they've come up with a dashboard of their own. You can go search for your county, and it kind of spits out what level your county is at. So Tarrant County currently is at medium spread level. So my team is going to review this data this week, and we're going to try to match up our dashboard hopefully by next week to kind of get in line with what CDC is currently doing. But for the public, here are things what people need to understand. It's now very simplified. At the medium level, and we've been talking about this, when there's a high outbreak of an illness, layer all your protection strategies, get booster doses, stay away from large crowds, wear your masks. At the medium level, some of that can start to relax. Right? So masks are not required. I mean, I know in Texas they weren't required anyways, but in general, from a public health standpoint, they're not required. People who are generally healthy, they don't have a family member at risk or a coworker at risk, they can take them off if they have the vaccine. Some of the basics remain the same all across these levels. Get your booster dose done, get a test done if you're sick. But at the medium level of threat, only people at increased risk, people that have underlying health conditions or they live with somebody that has an increased risk, they should be the ones wearing a mask. Again, some tenets of all of this remain the same. If you have symptoms of any kind that may, make you think you have COVID, wear a mask, get a test. or if you've been exposed to somebody that has a confirmed positive COVID test, wear a mask for the next few days so that you're not inadvertently spreading it out to others. Those things don't change. But you're starting to see that layers of strategies being taken off because we're at a medium level of spread. And I'll be honest, we're very close to getting to a low. We just need that final draft down, if you will, and hopefully soon we'll be at a low level of spread. So this is all great news. It shows us that we're in an advanced stage in the pandemic, and hopefully soon we'll be exiting out. But I want to set the expectations right. Pandemics typically don't go out with a big bang. It can happen. Typically you see a little bit more sort of what I call petering out of the pandemic. You know, the waves get smaller and smaller. So we can see this fluctuation going from medium to high and all those things over the next few months. When those things happen, there are strategies, again, layer up strategies if there's a high level, layer down strategies if there's a low level. So it's become very easy to understand, easy to follow, and I'll pause there if there's any questions.
Any questions?
Okay. All right. So a quick update on the testing operation. As you can imagine, testing demand and volume has declined significantly. So we've been starting to do like our phase out on testing operations. A couple of weeks ago, before that we had vendor sites operating 7 days a week and public health testing sites operating 5 days a week. We started to scale those down in mid-February. Vendor sites came down to 2 days a week at each location, and public health sites lowered their days. We were still providing 5 days of coverage. But then starting yesterday, we've lowered it down even further. Only 2 of the public health sites are offering testing. I think it's in Watauga and at the Southwest Clinic. And they're doing, I believe, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so it's 3 days. And then the vendor sites, we brought down each location down to 1 day a week. But as the numbers decline, I expect mid-March, we're gonna probably start cutting down sites significantly. My ultimate goal would be to take us down to 1 vendor site and maybe 1 public health site, just to keep the effort open. But I don't wanna, take all the resources and by the time we get to another surge, then everybody's spent and tired. So we wanna reserve our capacities when the need arises, and we'll respond accordingly. And then on the vaccine update, things are slow. Despite all of this, people are kind of slowing down on their uptake of the vaccine. We've had about 1.2 million people that have had their full vaccination. That's about 62% of the current population that's eligible, 5 and older. There was a invite from the FDA for Pfizer to submit their data for under 5. Pfizer pulled it back, saying we need more time because what they saw with the Omicron was the vaccine efficacy was very, very low. So they're actually studying more if a 3-dose series would work better for those younger kids. So we're expecting somewhere midsummer to late or early fall, they'll probably come back and have a revised plan. So currently that's a little bit of a setback on the vaccination front. Our Vaxmobile, the bus that we launched, has done okay. Weather has hampered a few things. There was a day where we had to change the day and things like that. But most days it attracts a lot of traffic. On severely cold days, we're coming back with 10 or 15 people. But it's averaging about 50 people a day when it's out. So that's great news. That's one of our better liked sites right now. But overall, our message remains the same. As you can see, the booster data is quite low. Only 325,000 people have gotten their booster. And we need to make sure people keep hearing that message. Get your booster shot, because that's the same at all levels of spread, low, medium, high. You need to get your booster done. So that's kind of the ultimate thing that's left to do at this point. And that's all I have. I'll be happy to answer anything else.
Any questions?
I do have a question, and at the risk of sounding like Devin the Downer, right? How many times have we seen things start to go down,
Yes.
and then we have these major holidays, times of year where people gather? We've got spring break, Easter, Mother's Day. So what are the projections that we follow saying?
There's always something brewing somewhere, right? So
Right.
you've heard that Omicron BA2, the second variant, is very similar. It's just a little bit more severe. It is picking up steam a little bit, even in the United States. Not a big concern at this point, but we're watching it. And as you recall, 2 years ago, this thing all kind of came open around spring break, so it gives me the concerns we're heading into that time frame. But I think the pressure is downwards. People need to be wise about how they go about doing things. But currently, you got to relax a little bit because we're at such a reduced risk. You can take some strategies off. I'm not going for spring break, but I'm sure people are going to go, and we'll work it out. I mean, it will eventually kind of even out.
Any other questions? Thanks, Vinnie.
Thank you.
Your Honor, under the Administrator's section, items 1, 2, and 3 will be presented by Mr. Schaffner.
Judge, before the court moves forward any further, there's one minor thing I needed to point out, and that's that the court didn't take any action on the recognition of Joseph Jackson, and the court may wish to receive and file that before moving forward.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Morning, Russell.
Russell?
Thank you for voting.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
see your sticker.
Hopefully inspires somebody watching online today.
Yeah.
I hope everybody has gotten out and voted.
So this morning, I have 3 items to present. The first one on Administrator's section, agenda item 1, we are requesting receive and file of the Tarrant County COVID-19 recovery report for last week.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. On the second item, on the Administrator's section, we're asking to receive and file the list of FRF-funded programs on the March 1st agenda. You will see that there are no programs, but we do need to receive and file that.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And then the final item that I'm presenting is we are requesting consideration and approval of Tarrant County's state and local fiscal recovery funds budget. The budget that is recommended to Commissioners Court will program all $408 million in state and local fiscal recovery funds made available through U.S. Congress's American Recovery Plan Act, or ARPA. These funds are being programmed across the court's 4 focus areas. The first one being prepare for the future, the second, improve public health and wellness, third, revitalize the economy, and fourth, strengthen the community. So we're requesting 2 actions from court. One, to approve the programs and the program changes throughout the document that you will see are in blue and kind of an orange or salmon color. In the second part that we're asking for.
Do you have anything to put up on the screen? Or?
No, sir.
For printouts.
Do we need printouts?
I don't think, do we get any?
Do we have one?
The printouts of the actual budget? I believe that they should be in the agenda packet. If not, we can make copies.
There wasn't anything in the folders.
We got it electronically, but not printed out in the red folder.
Okay. We can make copies if you'd like, ma'am.
Do you have more than one?
Let us make copies real quick. Give us just 1 second, please.
I do have 3 audience participation forms. All of them do not wish to address the court, but would like to register support of ARPA funding for housing. I believe that the Homeless Coalition requested 42.5. I believe that in the budget, You have
36, 37.
$32.5 million is what's included in the budget. In the Tarrant County Homeless Coalition funding that was requested, the documents that we saw received was $40.6 million.
Okay, and again, what I want to be sure, and we'll look at this more when we get the stuff, but what you're doing is you're budgeting out the 408.
Yes, sir.
You're holding back a tithe or 10% for just basically programs that we might leverage with other cities or school districts. I believe I've had meetings with the mayors of Arlington and Fort Worth, and they're all very supportive of us trying to find projects that we can leverage together. And all of us have pretty well indicated that, you know, we think the priorities are going to be the same priorities that our needs survey pointed to, which was homelessness, early childhood development, mental health, and economic recovery. And so while we may have budgeted a certain amount at this point in time, I think we're all looking for a lot of other leverage money that would probably far and exceed the 42 or the 40 or whatever that number might be from that perspective.
In addition, there is $149 million in the budget that will be subject to call for project activity. So that is money that might potentially go to homelessness.
Yes, sir. And the $32.5 million is included in that calls for project group, because those will all fall on a competitive and public process that we will be soliciting proposals and other types of applications for across our community. But yes, the final number came out at $150 million to be injected into the community through calls for projects and competitive processes.
So you wanted 2 actions.
Yes, sir. The first action is related to the programs that are highlighted in blue in the document, which we're working to print. And then, as well as the changes to programs, we are requesting a couple programs be reduced in funding and one program canceled or removed from funding. And that's a housing partnership for $500,000 for housing of last resort. As the final rule was issued by the U.S. Treasury on the FRF funding, it became very clear that the existing Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the ERAP funding, had criteria that was more open to more individuals rather than using this funding. And so programmatically, it would be difficult to apply this ARPA funding to funds that were, to anyone that was outside of the ERAP funding. So that's why we're requesting that court defund that program.
And Commissioners, that is included in your electronic agenda if you want to see it better with the blue highlighting on it.
Your Honor, you ready for a motion?
Yes, I'm looking at, but I want to wait till we get we're not going to take action until we've seen the numbers. I'm looking at them at least on the schedule right now, give everybody a chance. So, in effect, as far as your budget goes, ensure continuity of essential government services, you're looking at a total of, is it 54 million for the budget?
Yes, sir. So that would be for goal 1. And again, the goals line up directly with IM's needs assessment that was conducted over the past 7 to 8 months. And so the goals tie specifically to those, and we have those programs. So goal 1, expand and improve Tarrant County facilities and for mitigation of COVID. That is 54 million is what we're requesting in total for that particular.
Well, I know focus area 1, prepare for the future. I guess you've got 4 focus areas.
Yes, sir.
Focus area 1 is 85, 454, 676.
Yes, sir.
Improving public health is 126, 825, 733.
Yes, sir.
Revitalizing the economy is 81, 507, 820.
Yes, sir.
And strengthening the community is the 73, 761, 77. That comes to 367. And then again, our 10% tithe of contingency.
Yes, and I would also like to point out one other item. Under Focus Area 1, Goal 3, the final rule that U.S. Treasury has issued allows for a governmental entity that has received the state and local fiscal recovery fund funding to designate $10 million as revenue replacement funding. That revenue replacement funding can be used as general government services. You do have to document the use of it, but it can be used just as any other general fund money that you all have available to you all, to the court. We've reserved the $10 million. We will be going back later this year and based on the new calculation in the final rule, to try to recalculate that to see whether it's better to take the $10 million one-time amount or the actual revenue replacement amount based on the new calculation. That is a very, very complicated calculation. The auditor's office and Laura Wiest, who you recognized earlier today, is the person that will likely be in charge of that calculation, and it will be an onerous task.
And you've got 11,267,000. Is the difference between the 10 and the 11, is that interest?
So, no, sir. The additional $1.2 million is other programs, including the Phase 3 of IEM's contract that we're budgeting in for there, translation services, and other small projects that are within that goal.
So the 10 million is just, that's the starting point. And then, and again, as we look at the budget, there'll be a budget that says ARPA, FRF, I guess, and then there'll be a budget for the 10 million that shows exactly how we use that.
Yes, sir, as we move forward.
Okay, and that'll be separate and apart from our normal.
And to remind court, the FRF budget is a special purpose budget in your special purpose budgets. That is where it's located, and BREM is the one that maintains it. So as we move forward and look at strategies on how to use the revenue replacement funds, we'll bring that back to you all.
And then we've also got a fund that for flexible dollars left from the CARES.
Yes, sir.
So
I believe
we've got 3 or 4 different funds that we're going to be looking at. And we've got those because the federal government pretty well requires us to account for,
yes, sir,
again, how we've spent the monies. So we can't just all lump it into a general fund and say, okay, let's get after it.
Yes, absolutely. And then just one other point, we do have expenditure category numbers on this document for some of the goals as we've been going through. Yesterday, the U.S. Treasury released new reporting requirements and have changed some of the expenditure categories. So we will be in a process of working through that as we look forward to reporting the next quarterly report.
Okay, I think everybody's got that now. Do you have any questions? Does anyone have any questions before we move forward? I don't want to give everybody a chance to. Okay, Commissioner Brooks, if you'd like to make a motion
So
there.
the first motion is to approve the programs.
Yes, sir.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions?
Just 1 second.
Go right ahead, take your time.
Okay, I'm good, thank you.
Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Before we take other actions, would you like for us to move on to the agenda and then come back to this? Commissioner Allen, I know
What was our
you-
second action?
The second is
Just
to
approve the overall budget.
approve the fiscal, or the focus area and goal budget items. So you would be, what we're asking for is approval of focus area 1, 85.4 million. So that column that says new budget total, we're asking for you all to approve that column, including the 10% contingency.
Okay,
Be this
okay.
second page in.
Move approval of the budget and the focus areas.
And goals.
And-
Focus area and goals.
And goals.
Thank you, sir.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all very much.
I want to thank Russell and Kristen. I know that there's been a tremendous amount of work and a lot of other folks through your committee. I know y'all have gotten together and had debate and discussions for several months now. And I want to tell you how much I appreciate all the work y'all put into it and how responsible you've been to make sure that things qualify and gone through that process. So I know it was budget, audit, purchasing, everybody, facilities, everybody was involved. And I just appreciate everything y'all have done in that regard.
And thank you, Judge and Commissioners, and I would just, if I can make one quick comment. Tarrant County, through you all's leadership and your directives to staff, we have set up a gold standard process. We've set up a gold standard budget. The budget you all approved is something in combined with the needs assessment that you all authorized and supported, is something that nobody else in the state, and I would dare to say the country, has done. And it is something that you all should be proud of, and we as a community should be proud of. We now have a baseline document on where we are as a community, the good, the bad, the ugly, as well as a plan, a budgetary plan to begin to work and make a huge impact on that. So thank you all for your support.
And I'll just echo what he just said, because we've been to NACO Ledge. I've been to a couple of the state conferences, and we are far ahead of where many of the other counties in this country are with regards to not just going out and spending the money, but actually being very, I think, responsible in the way we have approached all of this. So again, thank everybody for the work that y'all have done there.
And I want to echo that hard work that not only Russell and Kristen have done, but everybody from Renee's staff and budget and all the other purchasing, the other departments that have spent a lot of time working on these ARPA projects and going through them. And there's a lot more to be done. And we look forward to moving forward with this budget and getting this money out in the community. So as we move on to the next item, we're asking court to approve the continuance of the first amended declaration of local disaster issued by the county judge on March 18, 2020 due to the current COVID-19 global pandemic, and extend this declaration until May 31st, 2022, unless rescinded by another order of the Commissioners Court.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I'm just going to say that we keep, when we ask about this extension, we keep extending because we are certainly under the impression that this helps with regards to certain grants and certain ability to get money from other government organizations. And as long as the governor continues to extend his declaration, then we're going to be right there with him and continue to go forward on that deal. If there's any other discussion, please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next, Your Honor, we have a request for court to approve the reappointment of Randy Renoir as the Tarrant County Fire Marshal for a 2-year period beginning April 14th, 2022.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Randy, thank you. Thank you for all the hard work that you do and just for everything. I mean, you're doing a tremendous job.
Be careful what you ask for, Randy.
For our next item, I'll have Ms. South come up and present that item.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning,
Barely.
Megan.
We're almost there.
Ooh, we're almost there.
Okay, so as y'all all recall, in January of this year, the city of Saginaw made a presentation regarding the establishment of a 295-acre tax increment financing reinvestment zone. It consists of 5 non-contiguous areas called development zones located within the Saginaw city limit, which is up on your screen over here. The TERS was established to primarily facilitate the development and redevelopment along Bailey Boswell Road, McElroy Boulevard, and Saginaw Boulevard. You also might recall that this TERS is a little bit different because the projects are split into Tier 1 and Tier 2 categories, which we did with Keller number 2. The county is participating only in Tier 2 projects, which are strictly infrastructure, sewage, drainage, those type of projects. The city of Saginaw is contributing 50% of their incremental tax revenues to the zone. That's estimated to total just over $25 million. And the agreement before you today provides for county participation in Tier 2 projects only at 50%, up to a maximum of just over $11.9 million. It's a 30-year zone, and the hospital district is not being asked to participate, but they will be seeking participation by the college district. Mr. McDaniel with Petty and Associates is in the back if you have any questions for him. Otherwise, we are asking for approval of the resolution and the participation agreement today.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at the 1st of February, the court entered into a discussion about the vendor selection process for the bond projects through the hospital district's bond program. Dr. Duncan and Ms. Walker came forward to the court and laid out some ideas, and there was discussion that has continued on, and they are back today to present a white paper on the proposal for this vendor selection project so that the court and the JPS board may move forward with review of these proposals. So I'm going to ask Dr. Duncan and Ms. Walker to come forward to make that presentation.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies.
How are you? Yeah, we may be afternoon.
Yeah.
Daphne?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I think that we circulated the document and you have in front of you. That is Judge Whitley, a summary of what we had presented last time and includes the discussion by the court in terms of what they would may be thinking to see in terms of the process. And I think you wanted us to bring that back so that you could have further discussion and decide how you'd like for that to go. And we are
Court members, this information is included in your red folders off on the bench.
And I think primarily the difference that I see in this versus what we talked about at the last meeting is, one, you have got a evaluation criteria score sheet, which is this something that you would say that all people would do. Now, first off, I guess, in coming to the process, it indicated at least that the board, there would be a joint meeting
Correct.
of the hospital board and of the commissioners court to interview prospective individuals or firms to do whatever that particular project was, and that y'all would select who the firms were to be interviewed, but that we would all be a part of that deal. And what you come back, and the change to that is you're not suggesting that it be the full hospital board, but that it only be 5 members of that hospital board. Is that correct?
That was the board's request. They thought that it would be easier for them to swap out certain members of the boards and make sure that they had participation as opposed to trying to schedule the entire board. And they were okay with having a subset. They wanted that flexibility. That was the board's request.
But if you go above 5, you've got to call the meeting. So are you saying then that anybody could participate, or are you basically limiting it to 5 people?
So they just wanted that for any notion of a joint meeting with board representatives and the court to do that final scoring. They didn't want that to be a requirement that the full board had to participate every time. They wanted to be able to.
Well, the full board doesn't have to participate. Correct. But are you saying that you're going to only limit it to 5 of your hospital board members? Because once you go to 6, you've now posted, you have to post it. So how are you going to determine which 5 are going to be included in that process?
So I think we anticipated that this would be a posted meeting anyway, because it would be a joint commissioners court.
Well, yeah, we'll have to post our meeting.
Correct. And so they would participate in that jointly with you all, and they wanted to limit that representation to 5. They will select those at the steering committee when we are deciding which projects are going to require that review.
So the steering committee will select which 5 board members can attend.
The board members will select which 5 members they want to attend based on those reviews at the steering committee, correct?
Okay, I want to double check, because you just said the executive or the steering committee would decide. Is it the steering committee that's going to decide which 5 members, or is it the full board that's going to decide that?
It will be the full board that decides. The steering committee decides which projects, and this is what you all had discussed last time, that there are certain projects that you want that joint committee to be reviewing those vendors on. And so the steering committee decides what those projects are going to be. Once those decisions are made, the board will decide which 5 of their representatives will participate in that joint meeting.
Okay.
And you may recall, Judge, the executive steering committee included 2 commissioners' court representatives.
And I know we said that that could be flexible depending upon what the project was.
Correct.
But the decision will be, okay, here's the next project, and I think the priority of the projects is going to be determined by this executive steering committee. But then when it actually comes to, well, and somewhere in that process, it may be, okay, the next project coming up is this. And so if it's within one of the commissioner's precincts, that commissioner would be involved, unless they didn't want to be, would be involved in that particular steering committee. So they decide that, that steering committee selects who's going to be interviewed. And then there is the interview where all 5 of the commissioners would be able to be there if they can, and if they choose not to, they don't have to, but it'll be a called meeting. And then however many, you're suggesting it would be 5, and that the full board would decide which 5 were going to be there. And there couldn't be more than 5, because yeah, we have to have a meeting, but y'all don't have to post unless you have a quorum. And at the point, and you're the attorney, so I shouldn't be telling you this, but basically it's my understanding that until you go over 5, you don't have to post. Once you hit that 6th member, then you've got to post your meeting.
That's correct.
And so, unless you're going, unless all your members say, well, we're gonna, you know, if I'm number 6 and I wanna go anyway, then y'all are gonna have to make sure you're eligible to, so you might wanna consider posting your meeting regardless, just on the happenstance that number 6 shows up. Because otherwise, when number 6 shows up, y'all are through.
So if that happened, we could do that and post the meeting. I think that right now, though, the board just wanted to make clear that they weren't anticipating that that was gonna be always be a full board representation at those joint meetings, because they'd like to limit that to 5.
Okay.
That's the current direction.
And so that happens, and we all come to the meeting and we do the interview. So at that meeting, everybody would, or after that meeting, everyone would fill out a sheet. And then, the other thing I think that you requested, we had suggested that you would take all of your evaluations, you would create an average, drop that in, you would give us that, and it would come in with our 5, and then we would do that calculation, and that would be who we would end up selecting. What I think you're suggesting is you want all 5 of your folks to count an equal amount, and so you would have 5, we would have 5. And when you turn them in, is it gonna be turning in these sheets, or are you gonna is everyone gonna take their own deal and basically submit that if we've got 4 firms, you're gonna rank them 1 to 4? Or are you gonna just turn in this and not rank 1 to 4?
So the board's proposal is that, that you actually use the scoring sheet. And those scoring sheets, that what we presented was an example, because I think you all had asked to see what that could look like.
Yep.
Those are scoring sheets. We also provided, there's detail behind each of those separate scoring buckets that we provided, so you could just kind of see how that typically works, so that when the joint committee is reviewing those vendors and preparing to finalize their assessment, they have the criteria that those vendors actually receive for purposes of submitting their responses. And then to your question, Judge, you would, each individual who's on that, now it's a joint, Commissioners Court and board, subset of the board meeting, which is collectively the final scoring committee, would score those vendors based on that criteria, and then those scores are tallied, and that's how you get your rankings.
So we would not be, we have used a format like this before, but ultimately, when we've turned our evaluations or our selections into Mr. Manius, we ranked them 1 to 4, 1 to 5, however many different ones we have. So thus far, I think we've got, this is the second thing. 1, are we gonna go with 5 evaluations or 1? 2, are we going to turn in this sheet, or are we gonna rank them 1 to 4? And then I guess past that, and those rankings would be done subsequent to the interviews, and say to everybody, okay, by X date, you've got to turn in your evaluation sheets and your rankings. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, so everyone would score using those ranking sheets, using those scoring sheets. Those scores are then tallied together and averaged, and then the individuals who typically total those scores and average them for you will tell you, here's how that fell out. So that gives you your ranking, so that you know which vendor based on the scores.
So we would just have a certain date by which these forms were due back to somebody.
Correct.
So, Your Honor, I think that, one, the inclusion of this evaluation sheet was put in here because I think there was some concern that it might be too complicated. That I think this shows that this could be provided, and it was pretty basic and succinct in doing the evaluation. However, if we can get to the point that we all agree on getting to the scoring, I think we can move forward, and if we need to fine tune this, further at a later date when we get ready to actually say how we turn it in, whether each turns in just a ranking after they've done their own score sheets and then come up with their own ranking. I think we can work that out if you're not ready to make that decision now.
Well, I think we're gonna talk about that. I mean, I think first, let's go with two selections. First off, let's talk about how many people are gonna be evaluating, and if they're gonna put 5 in or whatever, are they going to, is it gonna be a 5-5 type of a deal? Or is it gonna be what we had previously, you know, at least suggested, is that they have a vote and they would be 1/6 of that recommendation? So what's the
Well,
brothers of the court?
I have a different question.
Okay.
So do I.
My question concerns when we make this, we have these presentations, I'm assuming, and then we have our ranking sheets. I don't like the idea of those ranking sheets leaving the room and to be turned in at a date at a later time. I think those ranking sheets need to be filled out, sent in at that time, and not be held for a later date. I know that we have not done that here.
We've always done that here.
Yeah.
We've taken those ranking sheets out.
We've had the interviews. Correct me if
No.
I'm wrong, Lisa, but we've had the interviews, and then we left and with all the materials, and then GK has usually said, give us the ranking sheets by a certain date.
I believe that's how they did it.
Later, after I score them, but.
Roy?
Yeah, I remember, I mean, this is just from the program management selection process for the bond, that we did submit our score sheets at some, maybe it was by the end of that week, or maybe even the week prior, the week after, the 3, was it 3 teams that were interviewed? Yeah. But, so I have a question for Commissioner Fickus. So you're suggesting that when we have the joint meeting of the court and the representative number of JPS board members, that we complete the scoring and hand over our score sheets?
When you hear the presentations of
Yeah.
all the architects, contractors, whoever we're dealing with, then you make your determination.
That day, before we
Sure.
leave the joint meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I understood what
Right.
you were suggesting. Okay. Commissioner Brooks, did you?
I don't really have a preference on the timing. I do have a preference on having a ranking sheet in addition to the scoring sheet, because there are certain intangibles that I would want to consider that cannot be objectively scored. And I don't want to be locked into something that is written on a scoring sheet and scored as my final decision. There are other factors that I would like to be able to consider in making the ranking.
So if I hear what you just said, you don't mind having something that says, we'll look at these things, but ultimately you want to be able to rank 1 to 4?
Right.
And not be held fast to whatever
Right.
that criteria is.
Because there are, as I said, some intangibles that cannot be captured by a scoring sheet.
Okay, are there other questions or again, I think we're still centered around, now we're centered around when we turn it in, and I hear the rankings, which is what we've always done on the court from that perspective. We still haven't addressed, the only other thing that we haven't come to, or there's not been any questions about yet, as to whether it's 5 and 5 or something other than that. Are there any thoughts or questions about that?
Well, I'm not sure that I understand why that's a question if we're saying, I mean, if what's here in this document, which I get that it's a draft, but if it's saying that the court and the JPS board, or a representative number of JPS board are gonna meet, then shouldn't that be, and it's saying that this is the final, we'll conduct the final scoring of shortlisted. So you're asking if there should be fewer court members involved?
No.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
always saying that there should be 5 court members.
Okay, I agree with that.
But the question is whether or not there should be 5 if they should have an equal weight, potentially, by having 5 folks in the deal, or one, because early on, what we said as a court, I believe, and if I'm not, then I know y'all will point that out, but I think originally what we said is because of the nature of this, and remember, we've not had a bond issue done at JPS for as long as any of us have been on this court.
33 years
So,
when it happened.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, then, the old man had been, but he's, so what I'm saying is are we the ones that are gonna ultimately make the decision? Because I do think we're ultimately the ones that are gonna be held responsible for that decision. And so it's just a matter of, by giving them one vote that would enter into the tabulation, that still left the majority of it. If it comes up right now and it's a tie, first off, if it's a tie, which is not likely to happen, but if it were to happen, do we make the decision or not? Because potentially it's an equal split. And so what I had suggested, and again, I'm not in any way, shape, or form married to that, what I had suggested was they would take they would average all the letters together, they would create one ranking, 1 to 4 or whatever, they would turn that in, and then it would be counted with our 5, so they would have 1/6 of the process, and we would each have 1/6 of the process. Lisa, do you have something that you're
So I'm
anxious
just
to
trying
say?
to guide us here. I think that as far as the process, we're all in agreement to the process up until, through the joint meeting, and as they've laid it out, we're in agreement to everything up to the joint meeting, and using the evaluation score sheet as a guide, and then there is where I think we need to, I just want to make sure that we're all in agreement up to that point, and then after that, then is where we kind of maybe want to differ.
I think we're at that point, but I think it's ultimately, I need to hear from the court, but I feel like ultimately ranking it 1, 2, 3, 4, so it will cover, as Commissioner Brooks mentioned, intangibles. And that's the way everybody did it. Now they can, and then we've never turned in our evaluation sheets.
So the score sheets are for only the use of each court member to come up with their ranking, and what will actually be turned in is the ranking. And we would hope then the same thing would happen on the JPS side. So then we would come to an agreement that that's all we're doing is turning in the rankings, 1 through 3, 4, depending on how many we've interviewed. Okay.
We've heard 2 people speak to being in favor of that. I don't know what the rest of the court feels at this point in time, but if that's the first decision we want to make, then somebody give me a motion.
I'm not sure that I agree that it needs to be 5 and 5.
Okay, well, that's the next decision we can make. Let's, if you don't mind, let's try to cover it one at a time. And so the decision will be that ultimately when we turn in something to be accumulated, is it going to be rankings of 1, 2, 3, and 4? And each individual, whoever turns it in, each one of us as a court member will turn in a sheet that says, here are the people we interviewed, and here are the rankings. And we may use this to help each one of us individually.
I have a motion.
Do you have a motion? Yes, go right ahead.
My motion is that while we may use the score sheets, they are for our individual use in coming up with our rankings. And what we will turn in is the ranking and not the score sheet.
Okay. And I'll second that motion. Now discussion.
Discussion. So what has been the conversation with the board in terms of the board's process to this point?
Yeah. The board has felt pretty strongly that, you know, we have consistently used scoring sheets because it gives us kind of back the objective criteria that if a vendor were to inquire in terms of how we made our decisions, that we have something to present to Commissioner Brooks' point in question, because each individual is able to score, and that's part of the reason why we don't make them score right after the interview, is because they're able to reflect. And so they can, you know, decide where they're gonna put the most points, and they essentially are able to give some ranking to the vendors. But the board has wanted to continue to have the scoring criteria, have it, each individual score, present those back to be tallied, and then that present it back. If Judge, if you all agree, and I think this is kind of where Lisa is going, I think that if there is consensus on the process, typically when we're building out that scoring criteria, it's at the time that we're creating a solicitation document that will go on the street. So those are things that you can discuss as those are coming up, how you want to score, who's going to be involved in the scoring, how that's going to run. It doesn't have to be baked into the process. So if you are, you know, ready to, at least we have consensus that there's going to be this joint committee at the end. I think for the most of the document in the process, it seems like there's consensus. There will be opportunity for you all to discuss that steering committee, discuss that, you know, more with the board members to come up with that criteria and how you're going to do it for those particular solicitations.
And I would just, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't think there is consensus. In at least the 26 years that I've been on here, whenever we came to one of these selections, we did it as Commissioner Brooks. We used these forms, but ultimately we ranked 1 to 5 or 1 to 4 or whatever it was, and that's what we turned in.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I said there's consensus in terms of the rest of the process, not on the scoring, which is the part that I'm saying that could.
But I think the scoring is what we're talking about right now, and I think the court ultimately needs to determine exactly how we're going to do that, and it not be left up to each project as we go along. And so that's where I think we are right now. And it would be that if the court were to say, this is the way we're going to go, then we would expect that however we ultimately determine the evaluations from the hospital district are going to be brought to us, we would expect them to be ranked 1 to 4 if that's what we ultimately were to end up deciding.
Is there any opposition from the board for both the scoring sheet and the ranking sheet to be turned in at the same time? And to give priority to the ranking sheet? To Daphne's point, it does allow us to show there was objectivity and consistency as to how things were looked at.
And that's my main concern, is so that all involved see it as being a transparent process, and quite frankly, that we limit any potential liability by anyone who doesn't get the business, but yet we've already laid out clearly what the process is, and we have documentation to support why the decision was made. I think that's the bare minimum that our taxpayers who gave us $800 million should expect.
I disagree that you can make objective what is by its very nature a subjective process. Someone wants to disagree with the way we ranked the firms, let them take us to court. I'm not concerned about that. We are elected to make decisions on behalf of the people who elected us. And I don't want to be handcuffed by some arbitrary scoring sheet. That doesn't meet my criteria.
And I would also say that the more detail we give an attorney, the more ammunition we give the attorney.
That's exactly right. That's why I wouldn't turn in the scoring sheets.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to put something on a scoring sheet that I don't support. So I'm not sure that I necessarily understand the position. I mean, but
So let me give you
if
an
I'm in the
example.
minority, I'm in the minority.
Well, let me give you an example. Sometimes even in our evaluation process, we all start off at a different point. Some give 4s and 5s, some give 2s and 3s. I could say, okay, I'm gonna rank, instead of on 20 points, my number 4 or my number 1 firm, I may give 10. And I may rank them all the way down from there, but I may still give them 10 as the top choice. You may decide your top choice is gonna get 20. And it's just in my way of how I perform evaluations. And so when I end up saying I'm gonna rank this firm number 1, that's not taken into account, or it is, how I felt like all these firms performed, but my number and the way and the numbers that you gave may be different, because I see that all the time in valuations. Some people have a tendency to give more 5s. I see it as, if the person's doing their job, they get a 3. If they're walking on water, they're getting a 5. But that's just, again, I think each one of us have a different way of determining how much we might award points, but ultimately, we may still agree on this was the number 1 ranked, but there could be 30 or 40 points different between the number of points you gave them and the number of points that I gave them, and we still agree that the firm is number 1. Well, the attorney can take that. My love for attorneys is fixing to come out. And basically say, well, now, wait a minute, we don't understand how there could be that much difference. And so we then end up spending a lot of time trying to do that. So that's why I agree with Commissioner Brooks on that. You were about to say something.
No, I agree with what Commissioner Brooks said also, and I don't, given a ranking and then having this scoring sheet where you justify your ranking, that may be very subjective to me, but if I put it in the hands of somebody that doesn't know how I came up with the numbers, and, they can interpret that all types of different ways, and you may have a contractor or architect, contractor primarily, who, maybe is not happy about that, and he wants to see those, and I just don't think that needs to be part of the process.
So how does the ranking then, or solely using the ranking, cure that when you still have to turn over a ranking? So I don't understand how, if I turn over a sheet of paper that says, let's say 4, and I've ranked it 1, 2, 3, 4, how is that any different than turning over a scoring sheet from a liability standpoint?
From a liability standpoint, I've said that I've looked at all of the information and all the interviews, and I've ranked them 1, 2, 3, 4. If I fill out this, and then somebody says, well, no, wait a minute, why did you do this? You're so much lower than everybody else. Well, still I'm justifying it, but I've got to end up spending time trying to evaluate just objectively, and in my mind, 1, 2, 3, 4 is easy. This is the way I've looked at all the firms, I've looked at all the information, these are the ways I'm ranking them, and that's the way it is.
I guess in my head, or at least the way that it was suggested, what I understood was the scoring sheet drove the ranking. But what I'm hearing you all say is the scoring sheet do whatever the hell you want to do with the scoring sheet, because I'm still going to do my ranking, which is fine. But then Commissioner Fickus, you just said that you wouldn't want for the scoring sheet to be used as justification for your ranking.
But that's probably a good way to put it.
Okay.
That I don't particularly, that I may be writing something on that scoring sheet that has something to do with a question that didn't even come up. Okay? Or a question that, is, just some knowledge I may have of one of those companies. And I just don't think that that really needs to be part of something that will come back and be questioned when all I'm really doing at the end of the day, we need to know whether I think that's the best firm or, or if this other company's the best firm. And, if we're talking however many companies, I can sort that out and put it together. And I don't think that scoring sheet needs to follow it.
Okay, so then, but the, oh.
No, I was just gonna, no, go right ahead. I want you.
But so the board is using the scoring sheet.
So I'll offer two comments.
Okay.
One, if you all determine that you want to do ranking, I'm not going to be advising the board that you would do both, the scoring sheet and the ranking.
Okay.
If the decision is made that it's only going to be a ranking at that point, or 1 through 4, then what we would say is that we'd probably just list out the criteria for consideration that we gave the respondents, so that you would know what criteria we were looking for, and then people would rank based on that category. It wouldn't be score and then do something different with your rankings that doesn't reflect those scoring. What we were presenting is that we have always done the scoring. That is what the board preferred to continue. But I just wanted to offer that if the decision is made to do ranking, I don't think that those live in the same world. I don't think that we would want scoring sheets that might reflect something different than how the rankings came out. We would just have a set of criteria, and you would rank based on the criteria.
Commissioner Johnson, do you have anything that you wish to say at this time?
No,
Okay.
Okay.
we
Can
haven't
you
confused enough.
I didn't hear that.
What'd you say?
I think we haven't confused enough.
Thank you. I agree.
So can we repeat the motion? What was your motion, Commissioner Brooks?
That we make our selections based on rankings and not based on scoring sheets. And that the scoring sheets not be turned in with the ranking sheet.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Allen. Motion passes 4-1. Okay, so that was the first question. Second question, 5 and 5, or 5 and some other number. And that will determine the weight of the hospital board's involvement in the selection process.
So we're establishing apples and apples, right? Is that what we're trying to do with the weighting, is establish apples and apples?
Yeah.
Of
We're
course,
not
that's-
apples and apples.
It's an oversimplification. Okay.
Apples and apples, I mean, I think at 5 and 5, then we're equal. At something less than 5 over here, they are participatory and they're in the deal, but they're not equal from that standpoint, I guess is what I would say.
Which is a reflection essentially of the current process where the board makes a decision, but then it still ends up coming to the court. The court makes the final decision.
Well, that as it pertains to most things, the budget and things along that lines, but again, we have not, at least in, I guess, 33 years,
Yeah.
done this. And so I think we are at this point because of the fact that the court early on said they wanted to be the ultimate decision maker in the folks that were going to be doing the major projects.
I mean, that's what we did when we selected the program manager, right? The board made their
Correct.
vote. and then-
Exactly.
Right, okay.
And
It
so-
just so happened that we agreed in that instance, but the final decision was the court's.
Right.
And so that's the thing, by what we're talking about right now will determine whether or not they have any part in the process, and if so, how much. And again, with the project manager, they had no part except to make a recommendation to us. In what we had looked at earlier, they were able to also submit an evaluation, which gave them basically a sixth of the overall deal. And what they're coming back and proposing basically gives them a 50-50, because they have 5 and we have 5.
I would like the final decision to rest with this court. We're the ones with the political skin in the game. We are the ones who were elected to make these decisions. Nobody over at that hospital district board was elected to do anything. We appointed them.
I don't disagree with that. However, I do want to be sensitive to the fact that we also need to ensure that we are confirming our trust in the board. And that doesn't mean blind trust, but I think it's important for the community to know, and as we're talking about the future of our hospital district and it being such a critical part of our healthcare infrastructure, that we're being thoughtful about how we proceed in making sure that we are building and showing that trust. So.
I feel that the decision, looking back, the decision that they made on Broadus was a good decision, the right decision. After we reviewed the contractors, there were some things that took place at a staff level that I thought should not have happened. At a staff level, I felt that should have been the board. Now, moving forward, I don't have a problem with the one vote and making it a total of 6 votes and giving them 1. But I do have a problem with a minority of the board, and that's what we got with a group of 5 making that decision. I would prefer that the entire board make the decision and that decision count as 1 vote.
And I don't care how they come up with the 1 vote. Yes, I agree, I would prefer that it be the full board that makes that decision. But if the full board chooses that they don't want to do that, then I'm okay with that, but I'm not sure I'd want to give them more than the 1 vote. So.
I'm 1 vote.
Do you make a vote? Are you making a motion?
I can. I will.
Make it, let's see what you say.
I'll move that we give the Board of Managers 1 vote from the board.
So they're
That's
5.
the viewpoint, forget the 5. They can have 5, but that needs to go to the board.
And then ultimately the board.
I want to know what we elected the board, I want to know what the board thinks.
I'll second this motion too. So now so as I understand what you just said, basically y'all can have 5 people in the interview. And those 5 can go back and evaluate, and they'll rank 1 to 4. And then ultimately that ranking of 1 to 4 will go to the full board for its approval or for its non-approval. If it's non-approval, then I don't know how you're gonna get back to the one that the full board will do it, but that's y'all's problem. Ultimately, y'all will come back with a ranking approved by your full board that will come to the court, and the court will then let that weigh 1/6 into the ultimate ranking and decision of who that would be. So, discussion regarding that.
Is there anything that you all want to add to that? I heard what you said, but it hadn't synthesized, and so I want to make sure that they repeat back what you said. Or what did you all hear the judge say in terms of?
What we heard is that this joint meeting of the court and a representative set of the board would do their ranking, whatever the representative portion of the board, whatever they decide, that then goes back to the full board for them to approve or disapprove. I mean, we talked a little bit about the timeline of the process, which is why I thought the joint meeting was proposed, but it sounds like it needs to go back for a full board decision and then come back to the court, and then that's our 1/6 portion of the decision. And what we're passing along today, of course, is what we've heard from the board in terms of how they would like the process to look.
Sure. What does that do? I mean, my only concern is just what does it do in terms of adding time to the process? Because if we're not making the decision in this joint meeting, then, and however often we're scheduling these joint meetings means that they'll need to be scheduled in such a way that there's board action following it fairly quickly, so then things can keep moving. So
I hear what you're saying there. I think we've all said that, we want to move things along. But I think earlier I heard everybody saying that we'd go through the interviews, but you'd like a little bit of time to think about, consider what your ultimate ranking was going to end up being. And so hopefully that could be done, and we could move the process along. And this would require the hospital to have a meeting, just like it's going to require the court. Now, the court meets every week,
right.
so it's not as big of a problem. And maybe what we just need to do is always try to make sure that we require the rankings to be in either the week of or, very close. Certainly not after a board meeting is going to be held at some point in time. But I think you could also have a special call meeting of the board to ultimately approve the rankings and move on from that standpoint. Because I think you have a number of your committees, a lot of times you end up having a board meeting and posted board meeting at some of your committee meetings.
Okay, so what was your motion again?
Commissioner Fickus's motion was they get the 5 or however many people do the interview. They're going to come up with a ranking. That ranking will be presented to the full board for its approval. Once approved, it will come to the court, and it will be given 1/6. It'll be added in. It'll be 1 vote. Each one of us will have 1 vote, so you're going to have a total of 6 rankings, and from those 6 rankings, we will select the number 1 ranking and go from there.
Okay.
Any questions that you have? Because you got this puzzled look on your face.
No, sir.
You're okay. Noah, is there any other discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So if I may, Judge, I think if we go back and let's just have the court also approve the process as they have presented it, with the changes being the 2 motions that the court has voted on.
Move approval of what she said. the process as amended by this
Okay, now,
court.
go ahead. Do you need a second? Is that a motion?
Yeah, we need a second.
I second.
So as I see this on this sheet, I'm looking at this, there is nothing that we're changing on the first 4 blocks. The project manager, proposed projects, approved projects, contract management team.
The first 5 pages. Did we change this?
I don't think you've changed anything on
This
this.
is the process within JPS that gets us to the point.
Right, to the
the
score.
We made the 2
It would be
motions.
really, only the change would be to the stage
Stage
6, the final decision rankings.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's right.
Okay.
I think that's right.
So here's the one thing I want to ask about, because I know that this executive steering committee that we have talked about, that has 2 commissioners, is that the one that's going to be the JPS internal scoring committee?
No, sir. So that is the committee that makes decisions about the projects that are ready to go out for bid and which ones are going to, once they get to the short list, are going to require that joint committee review and approval. Because you've given us categories that are going to be on there, and I think last time at the steering committee, you asked that program manager make sure and highlight those projects that are going to need to go forward to the joint committee. So before they get there, the internal contract team reviews those responses and then puts them forward to the internal scoring committee that comes up with that short list that will ultimately go to the Commissioners Court, Joint Commissioners Court Board Review Committee.
Okay, so let's take Commissioner Brooks's medical home as an example. We've talked about this executive planning committee is where we're gonna have 2 commissioners. Y'all are gonna have some people, we're gonna have GK or somebody from the administrator's office. Where in any of these first 5 are those people involved?
The people that are on the executive steering or
On the people on the executive steering.
So they would have been involved in hearing all of the recommendations from the program manager. They would have been involved in telling us that those particular solicitations are ready to hit the street, and they would be involved in understanding where we were in the process of getting those solicitations out, and then telling us, you know, where we can move forward with our.
So they're only gonna determine that out of all the projects that we're talking about in this bond issue, they're only going to determine that Commissioner Brooks's medical home is next. And then once that's determined, 5, 6, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are considered. And we're now down to the short list of people to be interviewed. And so the whole court comes back in after that. But the commissioners on that steering committee will have no part in the process of determining who's going to be interviewed or who's going to be, who's going to be interviewed on the short list.
Well, you will receive, everybody, and I think that was on the longer white sheet, will receive copies of the responses. I mean, you'll get information about what's going on in the process and the respondents and what we've done to date. I think at the steering committee that you all were at, it sounded like that the behind the scenes work in terms of leveling those bids, making sure that we disqualified those who weren't responsive to the bids, and doing that initial scoring to get to the short interview candidates, since the steering committee would be involved in kind of building out that scope of work and what the solicitation looked like, that you guys were okay with us getting to the short list internal.
My understanding is that the executive steering committee is involved more in the planning of the projects than in the selection of contractors and the execution.
So to the point of the medical home, that steering committee would have been involved when saying, this is the next thing, it's a medical home, this is a projected location, this is some more parameters of what the actual medical home is gonna look like, so that then they can go out to bid for it.
That's gonna be done somewhere between, okay, we've had this, and here are all the priorities, and the next priority that's up is the medical home in precinct 1.
I think that's why they're on stage 1.
That's stage 1.
Yeah. The bond steering committee is part of stage 1.
And at the bond steering committee, you would get a list of those RFPs or RFQs that are associated with that project, which would be the medical home.
But that executive steering committee will not, so you'll have the opportunity to pick where, you'll have the opportunity to pick the design maybe inside, although that's really not gonna be done until.
And perhaps even the program.
But the ultimate decision of who's gonna be shortlisted for the interviews, you would not be a part of that.
Not in that committee.
Okay.
But as a part of the full court with the.
Okay, I just want, so everybody's clear that I think I'm clearer on that, and I feel okay with it.
It's kind of a bifurcated process.
Okay, so I think we are okay and will approve 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of that process. Did we get a motion in a second?
Yes.
Okay, so any other discussion before we vote on this one?
And we've already approved 6.
Yeah, 6 is, we've just got to put in the new wording. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So court members, I do want to note that on March 17th, sometime after 1:30, we polled the commissioners and the JPS board, and there is going to be a joint meeting to review some of the projects that have already been moving forward. This is not an evaluation, it's going to be to review and approve projects that are ready to move forward, correct?
It is actually, I think, an evaluation committee meeting, because we brought forward at the last steering committee that before we understood what the court's expectation was in the process, we had reached a certain point with some of the solicitations.
Okay. No
And,
problem.
and Judge, you asked us to get that joint meeting together where you guys could interview those.
What is that day?
March 7th?
March 17th.
Okay.
After, sometime after 1:30, we haven't set the time exactly.
Oh, I've got the reverse on my calendar, so it'll be in the afternoon.
Yes.
And where is that gonna be? Here?
It could be either here, I think it can be at JPS, but can it? Because there's some requirement about where we have our meetings.
Megan said as long as
have
we
it in the
We
record
might
it.
look at the Family Law Center.
Family Law Center. Yeah.
That way we'll be able to do the audio visual over there also.
So we're sure it's the 17th, even though we haven't determined the time.
We've polled the court members, Vanessa has polled, y'all polled JPS, and the board members came back with the 17th. You were all available the 17th.
Okay.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank y'all. And I know, I don't want to talk about it, but have y'all begun the discussions at the board level on the search? Because I know we asked about that the last time.
There was some discussion in closed session.
I'm sorry, can you come to the mic? You're fine.
There was some discussion among the board in closed session, and the
Wait a
final.
minute, if you were in closed session, let's not talk
Okay.
about it.
I was not going to let you, I was just going to let you know that they're
Okay,
going to
that's what
continue
they're-
to have that conversation.
Great. Thank you. Moving right
Thank you.
along.
Thank
Thank
you.
y'all. Facilities, Marvin.
Good morning. All right, so we have two items for action today. The first one is approval of reassignment of courtrooms in the Tim Curry Criminal Justice Center located at 401 West Belknap Street in Fort Worth. And I do have Mr. Greg Sugar here just in case you do have any specific questions about this reassignment of courtrooms.
Speak up, I can't hear.
Move for approval. Oh,
I'm sorry.
was that a motion, Commissioner Johnson?
He said he couldn't hear. I can repeat.
Sure what he said, he's not talking very loud.
No.
I think
Sorry.
it's the mic today.
It might be.
Kinda off.
So would you like me to repeat the action item, sir?
Please.
Okay. So approval of reassignment of courtrooms in the Tim Curry Criminal Justice Center located at 401 West Belknap Street in Fort Worth.
Move for approval.
I'll second. Is this something that the judges are all on board with?
Yes, sir. And like I said, I have.
Mr. Sugar is here.
Judge, Commissioners, yes, no, the judges are on board. These are court where the vacancies are occurring, so we can rearrange the courthouse to use the holdovers the most efficient as we can, and also to put County Criminal Court number 5 and County Criminal Court number 6, which is going to, 6 is going to become a family violence court next to each other just to facilitate. So this really is involving judges that aren't here yet.
So that was a yes?
Yes.
All right.
Any other discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So the second item is approval of the renovation of rooms 7093 and 7095 on the 7th floor of the Tim Curry Criminal Justice Center located at 401 West Belknap Street.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms.
Move
Glenn?
to receive and file personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file a personnel agenda. Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Good afternoon.
Morning.
Judge, if I could
Hello.
have just a minute, I wanted to give the court an update on the NACO mental health training that we discussed a couple of weeks ago. You all may recall that Tarrant County is one of 4 counties across the U.S. that was asked to participate in this pilot training program. You may recall that it was two-part training. So the first part we held on Friday of last week. It was called Mental Health Essentials Training. It was open to all county employees. We had 274 employees to participate. It was a 1-hour session where the mediator talked the group through signs and symptoms to look for, intervention strategies. We got really positive feedback from those individuals who participated. We had a few folks in HR who participated and thought that the training was really good training. The second part of the training was called General Awareness Training. That training was held yesterday. You may recall that that was training for our department heads and management here at Tarrant County. We were capped at participation of 25. We actually had 23 individuals who participated. The precincts all had representation, as did the county judge's office. My opinion, because I participated, was that it was very good training. It was long. It was 4 hours, but we did have breaks periodically. The gentleman who did the training was awesome. It was, of course, both sessions, Friday's session and yesterday's session, were virtual sessions. Our session yesterday, we were asked to use our cameras, and so most of us were on camera. It was interactive. It was really, really good training. So my understanding of what happens after today, because again, we've completed the training, is that NACO will review the feedback that Tarrant County provides to it, and then also the other 3 counties will provide feedback, and then NACO will make a decision about whether they will be offering this training on a go-forward basis. So thanks to the court for allowing us to participate. Got really, really good feedback.
Thank you. I appreciate you participating in that and helping to make it successful.
You're welcome.
because I know it was a short fuse. Purchasing, Ms. Lee.
Well, good afternoon, again.
Hi, Melissa.
Hello.
How are
We-
you?
Fine.
Good.
We have 11 additional items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation for bid number 2022-092. This is for the sale of recycled paper for 40-plus tons of sorted white ledger and 40-plus tons of sorted office paper and 20-plus tons of old corrugated containers for facilities management, awarding to the high bidders Evergreen Fiber for the sorted white ledger and Texas Recycling for the sorted office paper and old corrugated boxes per unit price.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve items 1 through 12, excluding 2, which we've already.
Oh.
Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's the motion.
Good, that's what I thought it was.
Did you make that motion or I'll make that motion?
You-
I amend my motion, that's my motion. Items
That's my
1
second.
through 12.
Excluding 2, which we've already passed.
Excluding 2, which we've already passed.
Is there any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes. Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Yay, Melissa, you just got back 20 minutes of
We
your day.
trust you. Okay, moving right along. Whoop. Okay, no, that's okay.
Interlocal?
Interlocal.
Interlocal agreements, Commissioner Fickus.
Yes, I'd like to move approval of interlocal agreement between the county and the city of Hurst.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Are there any? There are appointments.
There are
There
appointments.
are a bunch of them. Huh?
I would like to make an appointment on the Emergency Services District Board of Teresa Bell. I have an opening.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes.
I have 3 categories of appointments. Maybe just 2. Let's see how it plays out. To the Historical Commission, I would like to appoint Judy Wood.
Move approval?
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
To the Human Services Advisory Committee, there are 2 vacancies that need to be filled. The recommendation is that those be filled by Francine Spear from Precinct 2 and Amy Calloway from Precinct 4. I move approval.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Additionally, I move reappointment of the following individuals to the Human Services Advisory Committee. Reappointment. Connie Niswadomi, Jim Fletcher, Connie Nahulua, Jacqueline Flint, Patrick Johnson, Dana Springer, Beth Noah, Judy Ketchum, Marcus Rockwell, Lynn Scott, and Mike Doyle.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
I think that's all I've got.
Okay. Court members, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims included in the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. We have one additional public comment, and I apologize that y'all had to wait so long. I believe it is Amy Hale. Come on down. If you would, just state your name, and because this is an item not on our agenda, we can't respond to you today. But you've got 3 minutes to make any comments you wish to make. Welcome.
Hello, and thank you for your time today.
Go ahead and put the microphone, yeah.
Can you hear me? Thank you. I'm here to ask for help for my daughter and many other children and parents suffering in the Tarrant County family court system. My daughter's been taken away from me for over 2 years. And after taking her to Cook's Children's Hospital to find out about the strange goo substance in her diaper. And the doctor called the police and CPS. The doctor made that call, not me.
Okay, hold on. Try again.
Anyways, the detective ordered a SANE exam. The SANE nurse told us about how my daughter identified Mel genitalia and touched her mouth and said, "Daddy is nasty." My daughter was only 2 years old at the time, and then she made an outcry naming her father 2 days later. And my ex filed for divorce while I cooperated with the investigation. We had our first hearing on 1/14/20. Instead of doing what would protect my daughter was placed with her name of user. And I was given supervised access and was accused of filing a false report even though I didn't file anything. And the CPS case was ruled out at the first hearing during an ongoing police investigation. And all of these CPS cases were ruled out without speaking with any of the witnesses. The very minimum, these cases should have been unable to determine but not ruled out. My daughter has made numerous outcries, and these outcries have been witnessed, and none of the witnesses have ever been allowed to testify, have never been heard in court, have not been allowed to be heard in court in the family court system. And all the evidence and witnesses have essentially been covered up. And the results from the SANE exam, that original SANE exam, was it was positive for acid phosphatase and P30, which is a enzyme secreted by the prostate gland, the acid phosphatase. It's found 400 times greater in semen than any other bodily fluid. And P30 is a prostate-specific antigen produced by the prostate gland. Both of these were found on my daughter's genital swabs from the original SANE exam. And that would be highly improbable to be found on a 2-year-old girl. That's 2 of the 3 components of semen. And even though the DNA from this report, from the forensic lab report, shows, you know, there's no DNA, but there's DNA in sperm, not semen. So the forensic examiner testified to the fact that there's a number of reasons why that would be, okay? That there could have just not been DNA on the swab. But this doesn't prove that this isn't semen. It doesn't prove that my daughter hasn't been molested, even though she said this many times. And the judge berated me, saying this didn't happen, either not understanding the nature of the evidence or simply ignoring it. And there has been 13 positive acid phosphatate tests done, my daughter coming from her father's, that were positive from her underwear, okay? And this has not been heard in the court. And I have gone through many attorneys, and I've only had 2 hearings in 2 years. And now that I'm pro se, I'm going to be forced to have a hearing next week with 3 different motions and agendas representing myself. And I need help. I know there's other parents. There's Brad Lamb and Andrew Van Way, and I know probably about 10 parents that have gone through Tarrant County Family Court and have their children have been abused. Generally, it's sexual abuse, and the protective parents are being alienated, and we need help. We need help. We don't know where to turn. We need somebody to investigate these cases. We need someplace to go. I know there's many of us, and we've been reaching out to many different places, the DA, Alliance for Children, different places, and we need some place to go. We need somebody to help us. Where are we to go to get our cases heard, to get our evidence heard? And some of these are incredibly well-documented cases. Brad Lamb's case he's suffered police harassment. His case is well-documented. His son has made professional outcries. Andrew Van Way's son is 12 years old. He's old enough to testify. And these, kids are being taken away from their parents. And where do we go? I want to ask for help and guidance. Where do we go?
Ms. Hale, first off, thank you for coming in, and I'm, sorry for the fact that we can't respond officially. What I would suggest is that you talk with Leslie Hunt from our DA's office, and let's try to maybe you can make some recommendations or some place where she might be able to go for some assistance. Go ahead.
We have reached out to the DA's office and we've asked for meetings, and we haven't got any calls back. We've reached out to Alliance for Children, and they've declined having a meeting with us. We've reached out to everywhere we know to, and I don't know, what do we do? Where's the proper chain for this? Where do you go?
I know he's looking at me like, okay, you need to talk, and I would just ask that you talk with her immediately after this and give her an options, or give her where she goes or what the process is, so that we can, so that at least she has some idea of what her next steps are, given the fact that we right now, because it's not on the agenda, cannot go forward with the deal. So let's see what we can do.
Can I ask, can we get on the agenda? Is it possible to set up a meeting with these other parents to get on the agenda?
And that's what I want, that I ultimately want y'all to talk with them, and then we will follow up and see what the steps are. And I'm already probably going beyond, but there's only certain things that as a court we can do. And county government is such that there are 69 different elected officials, and every one of those elected officials have certain responsibilities and authority that this court cannot necessarily intercede in or have any dealings with. And that's just county government, and it's the fun and the not so fun part of county government. So let's start with a conversation with them today, and then we see where we go from there. And I'm sorry for the situation that you're having to go through.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judge, is my mic working?
Yeah, I can hear you, but barely.
But I recommend that we get, also assign somebody from staff to follow up on this, to see if there's maybe other departments they can check with, to see if they can help this lady.
Okay. Staff, who would like for you to also look into it, so be a part of that conversation and see what we can do and where we can go from here. And my expectation would be that we're meeting for the next 3 Tuesdays, and then we've got the 5th Tuesday, which we normally don't meet on. So let's see if we can reach some sort of a resolution. And if it ultimately is coming to the court, then let's do that. But again, as I was saying just previously, sometimes coming to the court may be nothing more than what you've just done, because we have no authority over courts. And that's gonna be more along the lines, and I think, yeah, I know. I think that you're gonna end up with the state, bar or the, whatever the court judicial, ethics things would be. So talk with them, please. Lisa, be a part of that, or have someone be a part of that.
Okay.
And we can see where we go from there.
Could I just comment that these are very serious potential allegations? And if there is any truth to them, we can't just sit back and say, well, that's county government, and not do anything.
There are parents and children suffering, including my daughter.
I agree with Commissioner Brooks. Okay, let's go forward, and thank you for coming down, and I again apologize that you waited, that you have to wait so late. You know, if we anticipate that we're gonna have the joy of such a long meeting in the future, maybe we would like to put audience participation up at the beginning so that they don't have to participate in our endurance campaign.
We'll make a note of that.
Thank you. At this time, we will recess our open meeting and proceed to close to discuss items exempt under section 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the local government code.
Brooks, I gotta say, that was one of the better king cakes I've ever had.
It was the first one I've ever had,
Oh,
and it
really?
was pretty good.
Yeah, that's good stuff. As far as they go, and then sometimes you get some that are
There he is. And she.
Having
Let's
returned
do it.
from our closed session, there being no business to conduct at this time, we're adjourned.
Wondermus.